Yeah, you can take route 1.
Okay, ma'am. Let me
Uh,
put the learners there.
Requesting all of you to revise a few property which we discussed yesterday, day before yesterday. I'm sharing a sample link starting from float, clear. We'll start the session shortly. Thirty-two, 30, 31. Asif, let's begin. We can start with the attendance. Supposed to that, we'll start with responsive FH because it's a big sprint. We have so many topics to cover.
Yeah, Sangeeta, okay.
Let's continue in the same sheet. Front end attendance.
Front end attendance, right?
I have added a column.
Okay. It is in the same sheet, no? Which we
Yeah.
are using.
The sheet name is front end attendance. Right.
No, I don't have that link. I think so,
No,
Sangeeta.
you have.
I have no. Okay. No, there is a front end sprint link TTT is there with me,
The other one.
and other one wave 26 student status. That is
Oh,
the one.
same.
Yes, front end attendance. Yes, guys. I'll just call out your name for attendance. Please respond. Adesh,
Present, sir.
Abdul,
Present, sir.
Abhilash,
Yes, sir.
Anuj,
Present, sir.
Ayush,
Present, sir.
Harsh,
Present, sir.
Harshad,
Present, sir.
Jayashree. Jayashree, are you there?
Jai Shri, I can see her name.
Okay.
Okay, leave blank. Let's call that at the
Okay.
end.
Jitesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Joel,
Yes, sir.
Kashinath,
Yes, sir.
Kuddus,
Yes, sir.
Sir, Jayashree present. Sorry, sir, I was.
okay, Jayashree, okay, Jayashree. Mainak,
Yes, sir.
Nikhil. Nikhil, are you there?
Present, sir.
Praveen, Praveen present, right?
Yes, sir.
Priya,
Present, sir.
Ramaya,
Yes, sir.
Roshan,
Present, sir.
Richa,
Present, sir.
okay. Rushikesh,
Present, sir.
Sanjay. Sanjay, are you there? Sanjay, I'll mark you absent.
Yeah. Check.
Shivani, I think Shivani is a marked as
Yeah,
absent.
she informed
Okay.
me.
Subham Alam.
Yes.
Subham.
Yes, sir. I am here.
Okay, fine. Siddharth.
Present, sir.
Sodit.
Yes, sir.
Sudeep.
Present, sir.
Surmani Konsam.
Present, sir.
Fine. Swapnil.
Yes, sir.
Swapnil. Okay. Tejas.
Present, sir.
Vaishnavi.
Present, sir.
Vivek Kumar.
Present, sir.
Sharma. Vivek Sharma. Vivek Sharma. I'll mark you as absent. Ashmita.
Present, sir.
Priyanka.
Present, sir.
Okay, fine. So only the absentees are Vivek Sharma. Vivek Sharma, are you there? Sanjay, are you there, Sanjay? Yeah, Sangeeta done.
Thank you. All right. So requesting all of you to pay attention. Let's continue with the next session. Hope you all can see my screen, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
So please pass your work. Let's have 1 or 2 topics, then I'll give a time to practice. So then in the afternoon or evening, you can continue with your pending sprints or your revision. So we started with developing a web page using HTML master. We started with structure anatomy of HTML, followed with introduction to semantic, followed with how to style a web page by using CSS. So how to apply CSS, various ways, followed with CSS box, followed with CSS float property. So in box, we have discussed about what? What are all the properties we discussed under box model?
Oh, padding,
Padding,
margin,
margin, border,
border radius,
Background color.
height, width property, height property, how to calculate the total width, how to calculate the total height.
Position.
So followed with display. So followed with float, and we end up in position layout, and then Z index, the appearance. So moving on to the 6th sprint, which is develop a responsive web page using modern CSS master. So we are going to develop a responsive web page for different devices, but not by changing your HTML structure, by applying a CSS, by modifying your CSS. So let's get into the topic. So do you think we should pinch to zoom to read the news content? Are we doing it?
yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So is it required to zoom in when you are in desktop view?
Yes, ma'am.
no,
Not necessarily.
So depend upon the screen size, either we will zoom mostly, whenever if you are into mobile screen or tab, we will use to zoom and read the content. It can be a newspaper or it can be study material. So, but when I am in desktop with reasonable screen size width, I will not zoom. So desktop view of New York Times website. So if you feel like you want to zoom in the content, yes, you will zoom in. But if you take your mobile devices, always whenever if you want to read the content and have a clear view, we will go for a zoom in property. Can you read the same content in mobile view without zoom feature?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
No. Yes or no, both are I'm accepting. Depend upon the website, depend upon the web page content. Let's assume if the web page is having lots of content and the font size is very small, even though you have a very good eyesight, you have to zoom. Let's assume the content is very less. So they have hardly one paragraph. At that time, the content may be visible. It's not required. So just think about mobile view of any website. So again, the idea behind first slide and second slide is, so when the website, when we are viewing in desktop, we will not zoom, but when it comes to mobile, when you are using your Safari browser or any of the browser in your mobile and you are viewing the web page content, so in order to have a clear view on the content, we will use the concept of zoom feature. Should we, as a developer, so as of now, I'm talking about customer point of view. When we are a customer to a web application, think if you are developing this New York Times website, do we create a new website for each screen resolution and device type? So let's assume like no, your father or my husband is doing a business. I want to create a website for his business. Do I create a website for desktop separately? Do I create a HTML, all the elements? Do I develop a website for a tab separately or mobile separately, and we will publish or we will deploy our application?
No, ma'am.
No, definitely not. So think, so we have different screen size, different devices. We are not creating, we are creating one single application. But when I am creating a single application, how that web page, so when we are into web application development, the first tier of your web application is design tier, presentation tier. How the content will be presented, viewed by the user, irrespective of different screen size. A big question mark.
Then we can make it relative to the pixels on the screen.
As per the device width, ma'am.
As per the device width. As per the device width, you will, that's what I'm asking. Let's assume, here's my Visual Studio. So let's assume you have an image. So in your application, you have an image, you have a paragraph, and you have a div, and you have some 3 paragraphs, and you have some 2 images. So let's assume if you are viewing 1000 pixel width, do you think that, let's assume if you have some 6 tags, if you have 6 tags for fitting your image on your 100 pixel width screen, a big size screen, a desktop screen, you will be having your width property and height property. So same thing if it is 480 or 400 or 500 width screen, will you able to change the image width and property? That's what I'm asking you. For different screen size, are we creating different HTML web pages? Is it practically possible? If it is 6 tags, quite okay. Think about the real world application which we are using. We are using hundreds of HTML elements. Is it practically possible to adjust the width of, it's merely width and height. Is it possible to create? I may not sure. If I am launching a web page, it is not only for Asia countries. The application can be viewed all over the world. Even we are not sure how many devices with different screen size the web pages are using. So nowadays they are also using in your smart TVs. Is it practically possible to control the width of all the HTML element for different devices? Answer is big no. But I want to create a web page that should fit on, let's assume I have an image. So my image width is 500 and the height is 400. So if it is 1000 pixel screen size, so where it is fit, so it may take half of the screen and based on your arrangement, either the next content will be on the right side or it will be of white space. So if it is 500 pixel width screen, it will be exactly fit on your screen. Same thing if it is less than 500, let's assume 400 with screen size. Only the partial image you can able to see. Image width is 500, but the screen size is 400. Only I can see 90% of image on the screen. It is not the expected output. I want the entire image to be fit on my screen. So what we need to do? So irrespective of any screen size, my HTML needs to adapt. My HTML needs to HTML elements needs to fit, and it has to display the content. It's practically not possible to design 5 different or 10 different web pages with different HTML element width and height. So the one solution is by using CSS, modern CSS properties. Shall I move to next slide? Why these 2 slide and introductory part is clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just playing the video, the same content in desktop view and in the mobile view. Simply, if you take it is in the column view, every content here in the form of row as well as column, different layouts. Okay. Leave. Yeah, and sometimes have you noticed this URL of application in your desktop as well as in your mobile? So this happened some 5-6 years back.
Yeah,
Have
madam.
you observed the address bar of browser when we are in e-commerce website? So one is the regular URL. The other one is prefixing with M, means it is optimized for mobile devices also. Earlier, I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about some 5-6 years back. Earlier, if let's say eBay, some 6 years back, eBay developed an application and they deployed for normal devices. And the same eBay has been deployed for mobile. The application has been deployed. The web application has been deployed for mobile devices. So mobile devices will prefixed with M, whereas the other device, you will have a normal URL. So what do you think? It's an additional cost for this company, eBay. So in order to build such site for 2 different things, one is for normal, the other one is for mobile devices. Again, I'm telling this is not for now. This is for some few years back. I don't know. You have observed this M dot.
No, it's not. It's also happens for Facebook also.
Maybe you check now. So earlier when they want to release, yeah, m.facebook.com, m.developer.facebook.com. So for mobile devices, they build such site. They have built a separate site for mobile, the other one is desktop, and they published. That is why we are getting 2 different URL. Let it be. The left hand side is not mobile optimized, the right hand side is mobile optimized. So this is time consuming, this is cost, involved cost, and of course, double the time cost, and it involves time consuming for web developer. To overcome this problem, we have the concept of developing the responsive web page using modern CSS. I don't want to change anything on my HTML. I just want to work on the property of CSS to fit on to all the type of devices. I want to make it very clear on my introduction slide. So if I have HTML, if I have 6 HTML, I will not do anything with this 6 HTML. I'll be working on what? CSS property. So that CSS property, so I can create it to apply on 5 different screen size. So this can be achieved irrespective of any screen size. My HTML will be fit by creating the respective CSS property. So what are all the property, how to apply it? Let's get into the topic. So in this session, we will be discussing about responsive web page using mobile first approach. How we can develop these type of application CSS property to fit on all devices is, listen, with the help of CSS media query, at media query, breakpoint, flexbox and grid layout, fluid design and layout shift design pattern. So by using this concept, we are gonna to develop a responsive web page for mobile device. First of all, you should know what is responsive web design. A design that adapts itself to various screen sizes and orientation. So let's assume I have designed a web page, demo1.html. So it has to adapt to various screen sizes. Do we discussed about anything related to screen size, orientation in last 4 days?
No.
Think and answer. Whether I have introduced any
Yes,
word
ma'am.
related to screen size?
Yes, ma'am.
Viewport.
Very good. Yeah. So in latest HTML5 and the later version, by default, along with structure of your HTML, you will find something called as meta tag, additional information about page. Leave this 4th and 5th line. I have introduced this on first day itself. So 6th line, we have a meta tag and viewport property. What is this viewport? And in viewport, we have 2 attributes. One is content. With any device with my web page needs to fit. And the other one is initial scale. It's a default zoom property. So not only explicitly, inbuilt in HTML5 and later version, this responsive web design has been achieved via viewport. So viewport is a user's visible area of web page. Viewport varies with device. It will be smaller on mobile phone than on the computer screen. Irrespective of tab, mobile phone, desktop, my web page has to be fit on any computer science screen. So this has been default applied to my modern HTML development tool with the help of viewport property. So apart from that, how to adjust my content? Anyway, the web page is fitting on all the type of devices, but how to adjust the content? So that we are going to discuss with various advanced CSS properties. So explore on what is this content width is equal to device width. Based on the device width, my content will be adjusted. I'm not giving any width size, 1000 pixel or 400, 600, no. So let's get into the topic. So design that adapts itself to various screen sizes and orientation. So why? What are all the advantage when it default fit into all screen? Of course, when we are developing such kind of application, we will be having smooth navigation from navigating from one to other. Easy reading, minimum pinching, zoom features. So unnecessarily reducing of scrolling and zooming will be overcome. So definitely it helps in giving the excellent user experience when we are developing the responsive web design. Is this a video? Yeah, I'll play this. it is not arranged in column basis, row with column, no. So since we are viewing in a small mobile devices, automatically the content are getting adjusted. So zoom feature is very less. And definitely it helps in enhancing the user experience. Okay. Why do we need a responsive web design? So web surfing using mobile device has grown at an astronomical speed. So as we all know, there is a statistic study also. Please look into this pie chart. 2020 global smartphone users. So maybe it is 2020 statistics. If you take right now the statistics, I'm sure the usage of smartphone has been increased. So every family, minimum, depend upon the family size. If there were, even if you take mine, we are 3 in numbers, but we have some 5 smartphones, 4 including 1 tab. So everywhere the smartphone users has increased. If you look into the statistics, Northern America, it is 1,924 million users of smartphone. Latin America, 297. Europe, Middle East, Africa, it is 415. And in Asia Pacific, sorry, it is 1924 million in your Asia Pacific. According to 2020, 3.5 billion users. It may, as of now, it may reach 4 or 4.5. So 80% of people are using only smartphone. 57% are using more than one type of devices. We are all falling under this category. We are using both our laptop, desktop, and our smartphone. So 27% of people uses only, 14% of people uses computer only. I'm not sure with this, this may be reduced also. So definitely, whenever if you are using responsive web design, so web surfing in all the type of devices, it's in use. For that, you need to make your application to adapt in all type of devices. It provides a seamless user experience, of course. So cost effectiveness. What do you mean by cost effectiveness in responsive web design? I have already introduced this some 2 slides back.
Mobile cannot have
it should not be costly.
So yeah, so I cannot develop site for each device. That definitely involves cost. So by developing this responsive website, not for each device, so one application can be fit into all the types of device, will not include any additional cost. So it is cost effectiveness. So of course it will adapt on multiple device screen. That is what our discussion is. Easier to monitor analytics as there will. This is also one important point. So we have something called as number of website user. See, we are all using social networking. Are we paying for Facebook? Are we paying for Instagram? Are we paying for YouTube to watch a video?
No, ma'am.
No. Even whereas the other, YouTube is paying for the people who are uploading the videos. So nowadays, in last 2 years after this lockdown, this YouTubers and their it has been increased, and even this Instagram, based on their one post, one photo they have uploaded, one video. And if I talk about simply this movie trailer teaser, so depend upon the view, the number of view, the YouTube video, they are calculating and they are providing some amount to these YouTubers. So do you think it is it applicable for web page also? So number of times the web URL has been clicked, the number of how much amount of time the user spends in the website, all are involved in the right now, the era business data analytics. So if I open a website and if I closed, that will be considered as a click count. If I watched a video the video is for 3 minutes, I watched only for 1 minute, that is also recorded as a data. I have been telling this from day one. We are living in the world of data science. So definitely, let's assume you are developing an application and the application is only one. I am not deployed 3-4 applications for different devices. I have only one application. In such situation, it is easy for us to monitor how many of people have used my application. Click 1. How many clicks has been made on my web application? So this is one usage of developing this responsive web application. Definitely it attracts more users and it increases in more mobile traffic. Even though we have so many mechanisms to overcome this traffic, but okay, shall we get into development mode? Introductory part is clear. Guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, so in order to develop a responsive web design, we will be using 3 components in CSS. So one is CSS media query. We will use media query, media, the tag media selector, and you will be applying properties. The other one is flexible images, and the third one is grid system. These are the topics for the day. So responsive web design, so it is one of the primary goal of our web page development. So of course it involves in designing process also. So on that you can achieve application that the web page which has been fit on all the device screen with the help of CSS media query. So media query, so the idea behind the media query is media query will gather all the information about your website, all the content. So let's assume I developed a website for NIT. So I want to display all my course information. My media query will gather all the content, which is my course information I'm going to publish on my website. For this content, for the course information, the CSS will be applied. Depend upon the characteristics of any device screen size, I will be applying the width or the property of my content. Listen. So based on, characteristic of the device. So characteristic means I'm talking about screen size. Depend upon the characteristics of device, irrespective of whatever the device I am using, my CSS media query will apply the style to my information. Information is applied to the CSS styles. So let's assume I have all my course information. I'm going to develop a web page for NIT. So here my course content is an information. My media query, I'm going to apply the CSS content for all the course information which I'm going to publish on my website. Irrespective of whatever the screen size I'm going to use, I'm going to apply the CSS property for my course content information. So you decide. So if the content is going to view by 480 pixel screen size or 800 pixel screen size or 1200 pixel screen size. So I will be developing the media query for all the 3 different screen size. If the user is viewing less than 480, how the content needs to be appear. If it is 800, how the content needs to be appear. If it is 1200, how the content needs to be appear. So whatever the information I'm going to paste it on my web page, based on the screen size of the device which I'm gonna to use, I will be applying the CSS styles. So let's assume I have a paragraph. So I have a paragraph with some 10 lines. So how I will apply for 480 pixel screen size? Let's assume mobile screen size. I have a paragraph of 10 lines. How I will apply?
Define a class.
So what exact property? Yeah, of course, we will be defining a CSS class and we will be applying. Can you think anything related to yesterday's topic? So if it is 480 pixel screen and I have a paragraph, and what would be my float property?
Center.
Inherit.
Will it be right? So it will be fit onto right side of my screen. What about, okay, let me ask you, 1200 pixel. Do I want to apply any float? No, the content will be automatically fit on my screen. If it is 800 pixel, I may be applying float is equal to left. So let us apply CSS media query for paragraph, whatever. So whatever the content I'm using, let us apply this. We will use float property. We will use width. If required, we will also adjust the height by using media query along with the screen size of the device which I'm gonna to use. So from name onwards, any guessing? Flexible images. Whenever if you have an image, HTML element image, what I'm gonna to do? Depend upon the what? Depend upon the size of my screen, the image will be automatically scaling up or down. Flexible image, whenever I'm using the image, the size of the image, I'm gonna to adjust based on the screen size. Or what property you can use when you have an image and when you have a paragraph. Let's assume you are using small devices. How can you adjust the content of image and a paragraph? Any of the property can you recollect in CSS? Please do a revision regularly on CSS. CSS is an ocean. Do we come across something called as overflow, Z index? My paragraph, if I have an image, if I reduce the screen size, automatically overflow CSS property you can use. Or otherwise, no, I want the content to be visible. So you can use Z index. Adapt your image, fit onto your screen. Okay. So moving on to the last. Have you ever came across with the word grid? Grid, the word grid. Grid means?
Table like structure.
All right. I will not take the word table. Instead of, I will take the word rows and columns. Of course, table, we have one more layout. We are not using that often, which is table layout. Again, table is nothing but combination of rows and columns. So I am going to structure my HTML by arranging the elements in row and column. But here, the row and column combination is called as grid system. But according to the content of my HTML page, I am going to provide the proper proportions in my row with respective column. I'm going to fit my content. And we have various grid layout, fluid grid. Whatever the layouts we are discussing, mostly it will be on grid system. So depend upon my size, automatically the rows and columns gets adjusted. Again, I'm repeating. So based on the screen size, I'm gonna to adapt my information with the help of CSS style. That can be achieved with the help of media queries. We will be using the property CSS media. The other one is flexible image. Again, depend upon the screen size, width of the device I'm using. My images will get automatically will be fit with or without wide gap, but I'm going to adapt my image on my screen. So whereas the grid system, so as I said, fluid grid system is always based upon the page element size. So equal proportion of content, I'm going to place it in row and column fashion. Again, whenever the screen size varies, it automatically fit on my screen regardless of the size. So these are the different ways of achieving a responsive web design by using CSS properties. So let's get into the first one, which is CSS media query.
And flex layout is not there.
Flex
Layout, flex box layout.
No. So these are the topics for our day. Let's get into the first one, which is media query. Okay, let me cover the theory and then I'll come to this demo. Create a responsive page content by adding CSS media query for various screen width. See here, for various screen width, I'm gonna to adapt my page content by using media query. So what is media query? It can modify the appearance. Please listen. It can modify the appearance or even the behavior of a website or an app using the set of conditions about user's device, browser, or system setting. So based on the device I'm using, based on the browser I'm using, based on the system setting you have. Let's assume in a mobile, we have various settings, no? Full screen view, and also in the, or what is the technical term in mobile? The view. There is one, oh my God, that widgets are not coming into my mind. So I have set in my mobile. My husband used to do in one corner of the screen. Let's assume bottom right corner of the screen, he will keep the entire screen and he will be using. I don't know. It was popular some 4 or 5 years back and still it is in there. What is the name?
Multitasking.
No, I'm not talking about multitasking. Let's assume I'm using WhatsApp. Instead of using my WhatsApp in my entire mobile screen, we will what to say that? I'm thinking about the
one screen display. Pop-up.
So my WhatsApp will be there in bottom right corner. So it will take only 40% of my screen size, but I'm using WhatsApp only. But in iPhone, sometimes mistakenly, my hand will go to that, then I'll enlarge it to the full screen. Screen. I assume that is a default screen set.
Pop-up.
Split screen.
I get it, I'll share. Let's assume I made that setting in my mobile phone. In such situation, my screen, my web page has to appear only 40% of my screen. As I said, bottom right side. So all these can be applied by using media queries. It is a popular technique to deliver tailored style sheet to all the devices, desktop, tablet, laptop, and mobile. These can be also used to check width and height of viewport, width and height of device, whether it is a landscape or a portrait view, and the resolution of the screen. So followed with viewport. So viewport is the area that is visible to the user in a web page. So let's assume I have constructed a web page. So, but whatever the visible area that the user can able to view in my web page, that falls under the category viewport. So that's what I'm telling. Initially, this viewport property has been called in latest HTML page, and the width has been adjusted based on the device with which I'm using. The content of my HTML page will be adjusted accordingly. What is this initial scale?
And this is the zoom in property.
Correct. Which is a default, or I can say initial zoom level. So even if you are using a camera or whatever the thing in your mobile, by default, it will have its initial zoom level. If you want additionally, you can zoom in your photo or zoom in your content. But apart from that, whatever the default initial level, whenever web page gets loaded in my browser, so this you can set with the help of view metadata initial scale property. So meta tag initial scale property. So the default width and height of screen, default width and height of device, it will automatically check and it will adjust whatever the view I am using. Okay, let's have a simple demo. Let's have 1 or 2 demos. I can use this. So requesting all of you to pay attention. So let's take the simple demo. I placed one image and I have placed 2 paragraphs. So there is an image and there were 2 paragraphs. This lorem content is a default. So one default paragraph kind of a thing which will come. If you type lorem and tab, you will get this paragraph. So either go right click inspect, or you can view under development tool. These are the 2 different ways to toggle to your development tool, and you can change the resolution of your screen. So I'm sure this part is familiar to you. You will get this via inspect also. But today I want all of you to use this option. Right click inspect or go to tools, go to developer option. You will find something called as toggle device emulation. So the same website you can view in different screen sizes. When you inspect, you will be finding this icon, toggle device emulation, click. So you will be finding various devices. How in various devices it is getting fixed. Why it is getting fixed, by the way? See, if I view in iPhone 12 Pro, my content will appear like this. If it is in iPad mini, my content will appear with this white space. If it is in Samsung Galaxy, it appears in Y. By default, it has been added. I'm asking you guys because of?
These are the basic UI.
By default, the web page which I have developed is automatically fit into these devices because of this line, because of this viewport property. So let's continue. Let's assume I want to create a responsive web page by adding CSS media query for various screen width. So I am developing the web page. I will not touch any of this HTML structure. Once if I define the HTML structure, this remains same throughout. Only thing is based on the screen size, I want to change the view of my HTML element. So that you can achieve with the help of media query, and it is a style property, CSS property. So include your style tag. Guys, please pay attention. And the syntax for media query is @media screen. So followed with @media only screen. And so let me have minimum width. If minimum width is 400 pixel, what I want to do? This is just a demo. I want to make background color as. Do we have any green?
You are writing in the media only screen curly braces.
Correct. For my body and for my paragraph. Oh my God. No, we have to write. So this is a syntax. I should use media only screen, and we have various minimum width, maximum width. I'll show you all the properties. If my screen size became 400 pixel and less than 400, let's assume I want background color to be aqua, and my paragraph, this is just for paragraph. Paragraph color will be brown. Okay, it's a simple demo, guys. So what I'm doing is, let's assume I'm going to launch this web page, and if it is viewing in a normal device, 1000 pixel, 800 pixel, the content will be visible as such. If suppose, if I am viewing this web page in a device having the minimum width of 400, what will happen? I am applying this property. If it is 400 pixel and less than any of the screen size, my body will be automatically changed into background color, and my paragraph. I know Mostly we will be dealing with width and height. Just for the introduction to media query, I'm dealing with this example. So when I'm changing my screen size 400 and less than 400, automatically these two property will be enabled. But in order to adjust the screen size, we will be always dealing with width. But in order to show the demo for this media query, I'm using this. Let me give screen only. It's working. One second.
380.
Yeah, no, it's working. I want it to be minimum width.
You ma'am apply minimum width and then put in 380.
Let's do and. It should come. So the idea behind thing is, if it is 400 and above, 400 and above width into height. If it is 400 and above, I want these properties to apply. If it is less than 400, it will not apply. That is how this minimum and maximum get differs. If it is 400 and above, it is not applying. If it is 400 and less, then it is applying. Guys, listen, it's working. So I'm going to apply the media query, max width of 400. So whichever the devices 400 and less than 400, maximum of 400. From 0 to 400, when I have a width screen size of 400, maximum of 400. If it is 401, this will not be applied. Guys, requesting all of you to pay attention. So I'm gonna to apply media only to the screen along with I'm applying maximum width property. So whichever the screen size is having maximum of 400, this style will be applied. What is the style? One is I'm gonna to make my background color as this aqua and my paragraph color will be changed into this burly wood color. Inspect it. So if it is 395, 396, 97, 98, 99 and 400, till 400 the style will be applied. If it is greater than 400, any type of device maximum of 400 and above, the normal style will be applied. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So what will happen if I make the changes minimum width?
More than 400. The style will be applied.
So 400 and above.
Yeah.
So if it is 401, the style will be applied. If it is less than 400, so minimum device of having the width 400 and above, the style will be applied. So likewise, I want to control the content visibility on my screen depend upon the screen size by using media query. Only on my screen and the maximum width, minimum width. So it may differ starting from 480, 600, 7, 900, depend upon the screen size, you may differs. So minimum of 400 and above, this property will be applied. Whatever the style I am applying, this will be applied. Whereas 400, if it is 399 also, the screen size having 399, the style will not be applied. So I want all of you to try this demo. I'm giving you 5 minutes time. By the way, please inspect your device. So right click, inspect toggle for different emulation and apply this media query. Either you can go for minimum width. So 400 and minimum means 400 and above. Maximum means 400 and below. Inclusive of the value, by the way. So minimum, maximum, and also we have orientation, landscape, portrait. Anyway, we cannot experience this, but you can change the different under responsive. You can change the different width and you can try. So I'm giving you 5 minutes time to try this. I'm not sharing the code. You can try. You can have one image, one paragraph, apply this media query and try the same.
Ma'am,
Yes, Pa.
ma'am, what if we are using the external CSS? Then this
You can use. It's no matter you are using external or internal. Second example. Media query. Shall we go to next example? Have you experienced this by inspecting different screen size? Minimum 400 and above, this will be applied.
But ma'am, what was the use of this?
You are asking about the use of this?
Yes, ma'am. I
Being
mean,
a
if this
developer, do I touched anything on this HTML?
no, ma'am.
No. So my web page, if it is 400 and less than 400, it will fit on this size. 400 and above, it will take the styling property. So I don't want to create web separate web page for less than 400 and greater than 400.
Okay, ma'am.
So even you can ask me a question. Can we go ahead for one more media query, which is having a minimum width of 800 and above? So 400 and above, 400 to 800, it will take this property. 800 and above, it will take this property. Let me give some color. So less than 400 will adjust to this. 400 to 800 will take this media property, and 800 and above will take this media property. So if I have for tab 600 and above, and for desktop 700 and above. So for mobile phone less than 600, I can have different media queries. Listen, what will happen to 300, 380 till 400? So what is happening to 480? what is happening if I have a screen size of 980? Can you make sense? For different screen
Yes,
size,
ma'am.
how the content needs to adjust. I don't want to do anything with my HTML element. Only thing is I'll be working on my CSS property. So 0 to 400, 400 to 800, this property, 799, 800 to above, and it will take this property. So we have one more example. So listen. Response demo 2.html. Two five. So let's use example course 1. What is multi-cursor property? R. What is a property? How to access multi-cursor property?
Control
Alt down.
Alt R.
Shift L.
Control Alt.
Down arrow.
Control Shift L. I think.
Yes. Control Alt down arrow will select everything. So let me give course details 1. Just making it as 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this div, let me add one heading, 1 and then 1 paragraph. Let's test resizing of screen. Giving ID property as main. Here, let me give wrapper. What is the use of ID? Why we are using ID?
And because we are going to use a hash.
CSS ID property. You can define CSS with hash, prefixed with hash. Left sidebar. Menu list. And let me use Control Alt down arrow mark. Mouse is equal to menu item. So let us define all CSS style. I want wrapper for my container.
It should be
I'm
hash.
sorry, I should use hash. Thank you. And I need to use hash left sidebar. I need to use menu list, how it needs to appear. And I need to use menu item, how it needs to appear. And then for main, just a CSS. And yes, of course, I want to apply media query. What should be for my medias? Or what can I take? The maximum, minimum width of, let's assume 680.
It's in curly braces.
Let me put it for 1080. So 680 and above, how it needs to appear. 1080 and above, how it needs to appear. So I have a container div and inside I have a child tag div with different menu item. So you can have wrapper property as none. What do you mean by this wrapper property? Making not to overflow. What is this overflow property? I want answer from you. Check and answer me. Refer and then answer me what this overflow will do. And what is this none? Always my menu bar should come in left side. I want to make float left now. So I am making all my list to appear in. I'm going to give margin of 4 pixels for all my menu item, which is enclosed inside my div. And none of the data in my outer div needs to overflow. What do you mean by the property overflow?
If it comes out of like it shouldn't come out of the box.
And whether the content is overflow content is
Irrespective of how much amount of content
that can fit it.
It should be fit on my screen size. It should not go what to say that out of the screen and some content gets truncated. What can I do for this left sidebar?
You can use float.
Correct. I should use float only.
And float like
Or let it be. We will modify for media screen. My biggest confusion is what should happen for 680 and above screen size and what should happen for 480. Here you can keep float left or right. So as of now, I'm not applying any float. And width also, it should be auto based on my. I'm not gonna to apply anything to my menu item. But I will apply.
And even if we not specify float equals to none in line number 14, it will not get floated, right?
Right.
And then why we are
Because
specifying?
I want to show you, as of now, it is none, float is nothing. But when it comes to screen size of 1080, I want to float it to right side. You got my
Okay,
point.
ma'am.
So in
Yes,
order to
ma'am.
make the change, I added that property. Border 2 pixel solid border. Okay, red color. Do I want to keep radius? Okay, I'm keeping the radius as some 3 pixel. Everywhere margin as 5 pixel. And the data has to pad to some 2 pixel. I'll 1 second, I'll check. I don't want this dot. See, it's a list. So by default, it is unordered list. I don't want this black dot.
List type equals to none.
Very good. List style type is equal to
None.
none. Okay, let me fit into this. All right. I'm not overflowing the content. No float. Width is gonna to adjust accordingly to my div, inner div. And I'm gonna to apply some style for my all my list. And this should have margin of some 4 pixel. Okay, or let it be 14 pixel. So let us view for different screen size. I have not applied any style. So what will happen to 400? What will happen to 300? Due to viewport, the content gets adjusted accordingly. But I have developed this application, but I want to place the content depend upon the screen size. You can apply your media query. So I have created 2 media query. One is 680 and above, 680 to 1080, 1080 and above. So less than 680, all these default will be applied. Shall we change any property of this media query? And let's see. So requesting all of you to pay attention. So if it is 680 and above, I want let me give some width. For example, 150 pixel. 1 second, I'll test the same. So if I open the web page in a screen size of 680 and above, by default, my left side float bar should be float on left and it should take width of 150 pixel. All right. Please pay attention, guys. If it is 1080 pixel, just to differentiate, I am making it should float on right side and it took width of some 450 pixel. Shall we see the difference? Guys,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
are you with me?
Yeah.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
no, this list will get aligned by default. No float. Float has been applied with none, property with none value. Whereas 680 and above, it will be floated left. 1080 will be right. We will check the same. So let me give 690 and above. Can you see the difference? Where it has
Yes,
been
ma'am.
arranged, it has been floated to left. So since it has been floated to left, the other content has been appended. Can I modify it as 1090? Can you see the difference? So this is the use of media query. And what will happen to 400? It will take the default viewport property. So I have applied 680 and above. If I give 690 floated to left side, 1090 floated to right side. I'm talking about only the inner div, the list. Shall we modify the property of this paragraph?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this paragraph is taking the ID of CSS main. So let me give some. So when I give 680 screen size and above, what I can give. So let me make it as it should go to margin
Left.
Left of 250 pixel. $400. Same thing as 800. It will go to this margin of whatever the pixel I have applied from left. See, the idea behind is we are applying the media query to change the appearance of my HTML element to fit on to my different screen size. Is that clear? Shall we go to next? Let me show you the property different. Do we have breakpoint? No. One second. Responsive. Please look into this demo. By default, whenever if you are using mobile devices, all the column size should be separated. I mean, it has to be subtracted with the width of whatever the percentage we are providing. Based on that, columns width will be subtracted. Media only screen and minimum with 600 and above. Whenever if you have 600 and above, probably for tablet, the first column in my HTML will be subtracted with the width 8.33. And if you take the second column, it will be taking 16, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, likewise. So they have provided some 12 columns. So if it is minimum 768 and above, so probably for desktop, each column has been applied with respective width percentage, which will be fit onto your screen. I'll show you the output. We will. One second. 400, 680 and above. So just have this look on this example. I just took from different screen size. I've taken this example from online, requesting all of you to take the core concept of this media query alone. So by default, I have a CSS property of different columns from column 1 to 12. It is taking the provided width. Can you see? By default, when I load this web page for desktop device, my first column will take the width of 8.33. And second column, third column, fourth, fifth, all based on the percentage it has been provided. The width will be adjusted and it will be fit onto my screen. So whereas if I open my web page in screen size of having 768 and above, below 768 and below, that is particularly for your mobile devices, by default, all the columns will take width of what size? 100%. So this is media query with breakpoints. So whatever the class I have provided with column minus all the columns from 1 to 12, it will be taken by default with 100%. Guys, I'll repeat again. So by default for all the devices 768 and above, it will take whatever the percentage I'm provided with each column with the respective width will be taken. Whereas if it is 768 and below, all the devices below 768 pixel, this is your breakpoint. Wherever I have this column CSS property, column minus with respective to 1 and 12, for all the column, what is the default width size will be taken? It will take 100% and it will be fit on your screen. I'll show you the output. Each cell will be considered as each column. So if it is less than 768 and above, so till 768, less than that, each column will be taken as 100%. So after that, whatever the percentage of width I have provided with each column, it will be taken. You take from the header. So header, all these nav bar, the central section, whatever the content floating on the right, below to this footer block, everything will be taken with respective width size when it is 768 and above. Guys, are you with me? This is with respective to breakpoint. You got the idea behind this example? For 768 and below, it will take all the column with us 100%. Whichever the column, it will be auto fixed. Whereas 769 and above, it will take the respective width we have provided in a CSS property.
Ma'am,
Yes, Rusikesh.
ma'am, what is the 82 lines class star is equal to column?
This is called as breakpoint. So how, instead of providing, so with respective to any, whatever the column CSS name I have provided, for all, it will take width of 100%. So CSS are one more breakpoint or one more property with respective to your media query. So let me modify with different breakpoint. Okay, we will come to this grid with various columns and this after some time. I think this example we can have it after some time, this breakpoint of various screen sizes with respective to column. But before that, I'm sure you have experienced with this simple background changing on various. I'll be sharing the second example. I want all of you to practice it. The only difference in the second example is by default, without any screen size, it will be taking float without any direction. Whereas if I take 680 and above, it will be floating my left side bar. Wherever I have the property left side bar will be floating on to left, and 1080 will be taking right, floating on right whenever if I have the minimum device of 1080 and above. So I'm sharing this demo, responsive demo 2.html. I want all of you to practice the same and ensure that whenever if you are changing the screen size, it is coming in left and right floating without of this 680 and above, 1080 and above, less than 680, it is not floating on anywhere on your web page. Will you able to do this demo right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Please do it. And we will come to column and this various breakpoint after some time. So I will share this responsive demo 1 and 2. I'm sharing it on your mentor notes channel. Please practice the same. So I'm keeping this different media query with breakpoint on column on hold. So after I introduced with grid on various column sizes. So then we will continue with the same example. Complete this media query, then we'll get into the next topic, which is flexible image. Another way of achieving responsive web design is with the help of flexible image. So let's discuss on it. So always we will be using media query with one or more condition. So no one asked about this AND operator, which is a condition. When I am in screen and the screen minimum width is 1080 and above. So always media query will be followed with expression, and the expression needs to return true or false. If it is true alone, the style will be applied. So guys, let's continue with the next topic, which is flexible image. So let's complete this and then we'll go on a break. Guys, are you there? Shall I continue with flexible image?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you practiced
Yes,
with
yes,
media
ma'am.
query? So another way of achieving responsive web pages by creating flexible image. So these are the different ways of achieving flexible image and making responsive web page. One is by using max width property. So please pay attention. So in CSS, for your image, this property is applicable only for your image tag, HTML image tag. In your image tag, I'm gonna to apply the CSS property as maximum width as 100%. If the maximum width property is set as 100%, always the image will be scaling down. So it will, if it will not scale up when the image size is, when you are making the screen size larger than the original size of the image. So let's assume if I made max width as 100% and I set my image width as 600. So till 600, my maximum image size will be fit on my screen is 100%. If you set your screen size greater than 600, then you will be getting a void, some gap or some white space on your screen. So by default, whatever the width you are setting for your image with respective to the screen size, it will be there as 100%. If you set, if you are viewing the image, whichever the width you have set greater than that value, then you will be getting a void space in your browser. I'll show you in a demo. So let me create one another demo, which is responsive demo 3.html, 4.html. Please pay attention. Have an image and images. I'm taking this folder. I'm using the folder images. I have various images. I'll choose that. Let me give an alternate text. I will give you the paragraph. Please pay attention. So apply your style. For your image, it's a type, no hash, no dot, because it's coming under type CSS. So what is the property? So the property which I want to set is maximum width is 100%. I'm not going to change anything with this height. So height remains auto. I'll repeat again. One of the way to make your image flexible with respect to all the screen sizes by enabling the property maximum width. So listen. So I have set my image holding maximum width of 100%. So listen. So let me give width as some 600. Please pay attention. And let me give height as 300. So for what screen size my image will be 100%? And you look and say?
For
600.
600.
The border is 600. Let me show you. Shall I decrease the height to 200?
Ma'am, you would not declare the class.
No, we don't want class or we don't want ID because it is type. By default, it will take. So can you see by default it is 1080. When it comes to 1080, my image is taking only 600 width and you can see this white space at the right hand side. Can I change this as 580? What will happen if I change the width as 580? Guys,
100%.
Overflow.
the image will be fitted to 100% of my screen. So till 600 and above, till 600, the image will be fit on to 100% on my screen. As soon as if I increase the screen size, you will be seeing this white space on right side, because till 600 it is 100%. So remaining all, it will be taking these white spaces. This is one way. This can be, by this way, the image can be flexible across different screen size. You got the point? Till 600, it will be fit onto your screen. From 0 to 600 pixel screen size, it will be 100% on the screen. For remaining greater than 600, depend upon it. It has been already fixed, and the remaining spaces you will be getting this white space for remaining width of the screen size, which is 600 and above. Shall we go to next?
Yes, ma'am.
One property is image max width property. By the way, I can able to control my image on different screen size. The other is by using different images for different devices. So if you look into, can you see? By using media query, by default, if it is 400 and devices smaller than 400 pixels, so 0 to 400, by default, I am applying body background as this particular URL image. If it is 400 and above, we are applying the body background image as another image. The regular way by using media query. So one is we will be getting this blank screen when you are using this max width. I want all of you to try the second way. First way also you can try. This you can try by yourself. If it is 400 and less than device size, I'm going to apply this particular image. If it is 400 and above, by default, I'm going to apply this particular image. Different images for different devices. So let's assume for big screen, you can have one larger image. For small screen, you can have one small image. By using the media query minimum device width, you can check the device width and you can apply that larger image, so that the image will not change whenever if you are resizing the browser window. Is that clear? Max width property. Least case, for different devices, you give different images. Guys, are you with me? Let's complete the last type, picture element. Then I'll be announcing a break. So picture element is the most common. Depend upon, see again here also we are going to use maximum width. Please pay attention. We will be using this semantic picture tag. Please pay attention. So source set, I'm going to use this small flower JPEG when the media maximum width is 400 pixel. If it is 400 and above, maximum of 400, I'm going to use small flower image. If it is 400 and above, these source images will be applied. The source set attribute is required and which is used to indicate what type of source I'm going to use. Take a snap of this. After break, I want all of you to try. One is by using CSS image property, different style for different images for different screen size. The last one is by using picture element. Similar to different images, instead of having one image, we are going to use 2 or 3 images, but that I'm going to decide with the help of source set property. So till maximum width of 400, small flower.jpg will be taken. Whereas the other greater than media, greater than this 400 and pixel, it will take the other image. If the picture is not supported, you can also use IMG also. So take a snap of this. After break, you can try this. Flexible images via 3 different ways. One is maximum width, different images for different devices. The other one is picture element by using source set attribute. Are you with me, guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that okay? You can able to get into this topic. We are talking about responsive web page, different screen size. All right. So this demo we can try after a break. You can take a break of 10 minutes. So come back around 11:20. So after that, I'm giving you quickly 10 minutes time to complete this. Then we'll go on to the sprint and on next topic. Okay. So you can take a break of 10 minutes. You can take a morning break till 11:20. Yeah, hope you all back. Please work on flexible image. I'm taking a snap and I'm sharing with you all. So let's continue with our picture demo. All right, guys, let's look on to a demo. One is maxi with property, which we already discussed. Different images for different devices. The other one is picture element by using picture and media property, media attribute, and the property name is maximum width. Requesting all of you to pay attention. Guys, are you there? I need another 15-20 minutes of your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Have your first sprint, yeah. So I have a paragraph, and by default, so whenever if I am loading this application, it will take background image of flower, so which is located in the folder images. So it is taking the property URL of background image. For width 400 and larger, so minimum 467 and larger. So 467 and above will take the body background of tree with flower image, whereas 467 and below will take this flower image. Nothing. I don't want to do anything with my HTML element. So in this current page, so by default 467 and below will take this particular image. 467 and above will take because of media query. So here 467 and above. What will happen if I reduce to 466? Can you see the difference? 466 from 460 to 6 below, all the width which is 467 and below will take this particular image. From 467 it will take the other background image. Different images for different screen size. Same thing is applicable for picture element. Instead of CSS styling, we are using picture. Under picture, we have a source tag. So under source, I'm using source set. How we have IMG SRC. Likewise, we have source SRC set. When you have a media with maximum with 467. So from 0 to 467, smaller screen size, it will take flower image. So 467 and above will take this particular image. Apart from that, if there is any problem with loading these two images, it will display this alternate text. Is that clear with flexible images?
Yes, ma'am.
Here you need to use picture followed with source set attribute, which is used to define the source of the image. So whichever the source set where you have to provide media maximum width, you can use the attribute media, whichever the rule. So same rule of media query you need to use, and you need to set the width. So if it does not support this picture, and if there is any problem, so this alternate text will be taken. Yes, Pa.
Means output of second and third code is same, right?
No, your voice is not clear. Output of Ayush.
Ma'am, output of second and third code is same, right?
Same.
Okay.
Because both are having 467, right? You can change and you can check. Only thing is here.
Ma'am, line number 15, I didn't get. Please repeat.
If there is any problem if for example, your browser not supports picture, this tag is not supported by the browser, or there is a problem in loading the image. At that time, I want to display some alternative text for the image. For that, you can use line number 15. how we will use alternate text for your image tag. Likewise, we are using image tag, which is an alternate for your picture. If there is any problem, then you will get this. I'll show you what is the default with 467. So till 467, this image, 466, the other image. Let's assume there were problem. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
So this alternate text gets displayed inside your picture tag. So the alternate
Why we
text.
are using picture instead of image tag?
See, this is
There
one
any-
property which is used to have this flexible images concept. Can we do it with image tag? Tell me. Can I use two IMG SRC? What will happen? I will get both the images on my screen, but the concept is media query, responsive web page. For 0 to 467, smaller screen size, this image. 467 and above, this particular image. Can we achieve the same using IMG tag?
Ma'am, for larger image, we didn't set any value such as maximum width.
So that's what. So maximum width is till 467, it will take flower. 467 and above, it will take the next image. That is the idea behind this. Even if you have third image and if you have set maximum width as some 800, you check till 467 this image, 467 to 800 second image, 800 and above is the last one. Guys, is that clear? Adesh, is that clear?
Yeah, it's clear now.
I cannot go for IMG. So that is why we are using source. Source will come under picture. Yes, Mainak, you have any query?
Can we use alternate image in place of alternate text?
Give a try. Yeah. So that is what they have provided in the slide, right? We will do the same. So let's assume I don't have this flower one and tree with flowers. Let's assume I'm using image source, images slash, let's say beach.jpg. If I have a problem, so I want to give dot slash. Alternate text is coming. 1 second. I'll give a last try. If it is not working, then we can't do anything. Beach.jpg. No, Mainak. It's not working. So only this alternate text is working. The image alternate source is not working. Those who, I think Mainak arise the question, and this is for everyone. We just gave a try instead of alternate text. If there is any problem with my picture source, is there a possibility to load any other image? No.
Ma'am, give SRC set to give the image load.
We gave a try.
You can give a try with SRC set.
Do we have href? I'm hearing this SRC set for image for the first time. I'll give it a try. No.
Not coming.
No. This text is coming, but if you take in PPT, they have provided image SRC, one more image. If there is any problem in rendering, try it all possible ways. No. So you give and try. I'm sharing this. Try all possibles, but it's not working. It should come. It should come. See this. All text is coming. Okay, leave. Okay, answer for this. CSS version 3 dash is used to apply block of CSS property. Dash is a rule used to apply a block.
Media.
The syntax is you need to use
Media query.
the concept is media query. How we have achieved media query?
At media.
At media.
Media.
Okay. So let's have one more topic for morning. So the responsive grid system. I've already mentioned about the term grid. We usually will call as combination of rows and columns. So we can able to achieve this responsible feature of grid, responsible web page using grid. So always in responsive layout, grid is made up of 3 elements. So please look into those 3 elements: columns, gutters, and margin. Grid system could be implemented using float property, flexbox, or grid layout. So can you identify what is column here? So in a screen, various sections of my page. In my screen, the section or area of screen which has been occupied. Have you noticed? All these pink color falls under the category what?
Columns.
Columns. So in responsive layout, it is very important. Let's assume here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Guys, listen carefully. Assume like I am in 1048 pixel screen. I have 8 columns. Can I able to fit this 8 column in 800 pixel screen? I can able to adopt some 6 columns. What about 400 pixel? I can able to adopt only 4 columns. Please listen and just relate with responsive grid system. I'm repeating again. It is made up of 3 elements, which is the primary, the most important element is column. So if you look into this, by default, if my screen size is a regular laptop, I may get 8 columns. So can I view same 8 column in my mobile screen with 400 pixel?
No.
Yes.
Instead, what we can do?
And reduce the column.
Media
See.
property.
I can see 8 these. This is a screen which I can view it on my desktop. Can I view the same? Because if I view the same in my mobile devices, there will not be a clarity of your content. So instead of 8 column, what you can do? You can make it as 4 into 2 columns. So instead of 1 row, you can have 2 rows. Okay, let's discuss on detail. Okay, let's discuss on these components. Then we'll get into how to divide into various columns. But this is the idea behind responsive grid system. Please pay attention. So this pink color area is called as column. What do you mean by gutter?
Between the column.
The space between the blue color, space between one column and the other column. which falls under the category gutter. And as you all know, margin, this green color, margin left, margin right from the screen. The screen is starting here, from there where my content gets loaded. My first column gets loaded. That I can specify with the help of margin. Okay, listen. So the idea behind this column concept is, as I said, think in such the way. So I have 8 column content. So depend upon my screen size, the column gets, if it is 8 column content, I can make 6 by 2. So 6 in one row, 2 in the other row. Or if it is 400 pixel, I can have 4 column in one row, the other 4 column in the other second row. So by the way, in responsive layout, what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust the column width with certain percentage rather than the fixed value. So let's assume this is 1044 pixel. So let's assume I have 4 columns. So tell me what would be the width of the 4 column. So can I take it as? So I'm talking about the width. You know what is width, right? So let's assume this is 100%. In which way I can divide 100%? Sorry. In which way I can divide the content? Let's assume equal content.
Divided by 4. 25%.
Wait. Let me do equally. 25. Accepting your point. Let's assume I have 4 columns. Each column in my screen, it is 25%. Come along with me. So let's assume I have a screen size of some 600, okay, 800 pixel. So what I'll do, how I will have the width?
200 pixel.
How it will be 200?
400.
No, think and answer me. Okay, let me complete the last one.
50 into 2 more.
Very good. Let's assume 400 pixel screen. I have 4 columns, by the way. In my 1044 pixel screen size, I will be providing column size of 25% each, not 25, depends upon, let's assume the third content is big, then you divide what? Or 20, 20, 20, 60 will go and this will be 40 in the other way. Okay, I'll come to that later. So let's assume equal range. I want 4 column content which is of equal percentage. If I want to convert that to 800 pixel, how I will do? My column width will be 50%. You know what is 150? No, total screen size is 100. Out of that, how much my column width has to be adjusted on my screen. So what about 400 pixel screen?
100.
Each column.
100 into.
That's all, story over. Each column needs to fit 100% of my screen size. All the 4 columns should fix 100% of the screen size when I am using 400 pixel and screen. That's all, story over. Take time, analyze. This is what your responsive grid system. I'm going to realign the column width depend upon the screen size. So that content will be adapted to any type of screen. You can ask me, number of columns is displayed, gets changed. Of course, it gets changed. Everything is based on the breakpoint. So now I'm going to introduce grid system with breakpoint with media query. The demo which I have tried some time back. No, I think now it will be a meaningful one. So here I have 4 columns. Here I have 2 columns. Here how many columns? Only 1. That's fine. Depend upon the screen size, the number of columns and the breakpoint. 1 breakpoint, 2 breakpoint, 3 breakpoint differs. So everything, the number of columns and the breakpoint, everything is depend upon what is that screen size of the device. And you decide. So if it is gutter, when it comes to the big screen size, each column you need to differentiate with the respective space between one column to another column to separate the content. So depend upon the breakpoint range. So let's say 3 breakpoint, you need to specify the appropriate. Here I don't want to apply any gutter, whereas margin needs to be applied for everywhere, from where my content is getting start from the screen. Okay, shall we discuss on a demo, Pa? Is that clear? And you can ask me a question, can't we differentiate with the different with 100% possible? Let's say I have only menu. For example, the content and here possible. So I want the first column to be in 10 pixel because I want only nav bar 10%. I want to place only nav bar here. And here some 15%, some content. Here also some recent 15. So remaining 60%, I can use it for second column. Is it possible? This is also possible. So out of 100% in my screen, 10% of my screen will be occupied by my first column. 60 will be occupied by my second column, 15 for third and fourth column. So what will happen if you want to convert this to 400 pixel screen size? You decide. Answer. I want answer from you. Let's assume this is my 1044 pixel screen. And here I want to convert to 400 pixel screen size. Answer me.
Ma'am, first will be of 10%.
Think and answer me.
100, 100.
100%.
Correct. It differs based on the height. Irrespective of screen size. Here it is 1044 pixel. I have 4 columns. If I want to fix these 4 columns to my 400 pixel, again, all my column width will be 100%, same as above. See here, it is same. We will be achieving this in 400 pixel by converting all my width to 100%, so that it will be fit onto my smaller screen size.
So ma'am, only the row height changes.
That no, you can give auto property. So depend upon the content range, the number of content you have, it will adjust automatically. Shall we discuss an example? I think I have an example. 1 second. So requesting all of you to pay attention. We have a demo. So please look into this body part. We have a parent div tag. Inside we have 3 div and we have 1 paragraph. So let's take, we are gonna to divide the page into 3 different columns. So in the demo, I said 4. Let's assume here we have 3. If we want, we can modify also. So I want to divide these the page into as many number of columns depend upon my screen size. Shall we look into our CSS code and media query? Please pay attention. We have a outer div tag. Inside we have 3 div tag, and I'm gonna to arrange this as a column. It is gonna to take the property of column. All the 3 div is gonna to take the property of column. Additionally, it is gonna to take one more CSS property, which is span 1_3, 2_3, 3_3. So this is my first column, second column, third column. Let us discuss on property. We can modify according to our requirement. So all the 3 will take the basic property of column class, column selector, and each will take its own width based on span 1, 3, 2_3, and 3_3. And we are taking 2 more selector for whole div, whole body part, which is section and group. Let's discuss all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 CSS selector. And these are all some common styling for all the div. So you need to look into this 1 of 3 along with the media query. Shall I scroll up? Content is clear. Shall we look into the CSS property? I know it's a lengthy session. We have a few more topics to cover. So by default, all the div, all will take the column property display block. What do you mean by this property display block?
Display is a block.
Block means?
Oh, one below the other.
One after another.
One after another, it will not come along with together. So always it will come in a new line. That is a property of display block. It will always come in new line. It will not start with the existing line. So I want all the column to come in a new line. So that is a separate block. So it is floating to left. It is taking margin left, bottom, right, top. And every time it is taking padding of 8 pixels. Listen carefully. By default, my first column is taking what? All the columns are taking what percentage? Can you see? 30, 30, 30. So in a screen, so the first 30 will be taken as my first column, and the next 30% will be taken by the second column, and the third 30 will be taken by the last column. Is that clear? Just look into this width alone. So as per default property, it will take 30, 30, 30. So assume like this. So what will happen if I open my web page in 768 and less than screen size? Guys, are you with me? By default, if 768 and above, it will be into 30, 30, 30. So I will be getting, if you want, I will show you. So my column 1, so will take 30%, and this will take 30, and this will take 30. Is that clear? what they have mentioned, greater than 767 pixel. So it will take 30%, 30%, and 30%. Guys, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what will happen to less than 767? You tell me. Sorry, 768. 767 and above. Can you look into the code? Less than 760 to 768. So what will be taken? The first column will take
96.
the first one will be taken 96. So this will take around 96. The first column will take 96. So what about the next one? 46 and 46. How it will appear if it is 46 and 46? So this will be, okay, for your better understanding, I can say, no. Will it be okay? So the second will be taken. I'll show you the output, 46% and 46%. The first column will take 96 and second and third will be fit onto screen with 46 and 46. I'll be getting an appearance like this. Is there any other media query? Okay. So for 467 to 768. Greater than 460 to 767 in this. Less than 460. Can you see? All first column, second column, third, everything will appear in width of what?
99.
99. I'll show you this demo. 467, 768, and then greater than 768. So less than 467, 467 to 768, and greater than 767, 800,000, whatever. Let me save. I'll show you the demo. I will remove the last paragraph. So tell me the range. So what will happen to 400? Can you see the difference? If I choose 460, what was the range? 467 till 467. What is the width percentage of all the three columns?
99%.
So it is taking 99. So what will happen? 467 and above. Can you see the difference? $467 till where? 768. 768. Okay, 760. It is taking, this is taking 90, what is that? 96 and 46 and 46. What will happen to 1000?
30, 30, 30.
Let me scroll up. Can you see this percentage? 30, 30, 30. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So if it is 767 and above, it will take 30, 30, 30, and 467 to 767, it will take what? 90 and 46, 46. Less than 4. So let's assume 300. So how it will take? It will take all the column of 467 and less than. It will take all the three column of width. Why 99.4? Why not 100? Because of your calculation. This margin padding. I'm sharing the same demo. I want all of you to try this. And before moving to the next topic, we can complete the sprint for this topic, which is So you can look into this demo and you can try this. This pattern which we have tried is fluid pattern challenge. So you need to create a web page which resembles the image below, which is mostly fluid in responsiveness to variety of screen size. So when it comes to desktop image, can you see I have 5 columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Can you see the difference? Color code, all were div. You can choose div. You can choose div by differentiating column size. If it is desktop, what is the percentage of column 1?
60.
You take column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, 5. How much? Can I take 60, 40?
Yes, ma'am.
What about bottom? 30, 30, 30.
30.
You take everything as div.
33.
I'll scroll down. Please look into this is desktop. Can you see tab? For tab, first one is taking 100, second and third 50, 50, fourth and fifth also 50, 50. Don't worry, they have provided all the range. Can you see in mobile? All
100.
the columns are taken
100%.
So all the asserts are provided in asserts folder. So you need to start from the scratch. So these are the color codes which you want to use. And you can take the same range, anything they have provided in the question. So you can take the range 400, 600, and 800 and above. So what would be the mobile screen size?
100.
400.
Yeah, you take this range 400, 600, and 800. Will it be fine? 400 for mobile, tab 600, 800 and above is for desktop. So I'm sharing the demo which we discussed for your reference, and I'm sharing the URL. Try to complete before lunch so that in afternoon we can discuss on layout pattern. Again, I'm repeating, you can do everything via div. Here I have 3 div. For your demo, you should do 5 div. So I want you to create outer div. You can use container. Inside that, I should have 5 division. Each division, what you can do? You can give background color. And that background color also they have provided in your assert folder. So you give background folder for all the div. What is it? Background color with the respective color code. And you should specify width. And you give the maximum width. What? No, minimum width. Minimum range or maximum range, you decide. According to me, 400, 600, 800 is fine. Complete it, you inspect and check, then you update your URL. Is that clear? It's 12:13 in my clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Another 5-10 minutes, you analyze all these demos. Media query, responsive image, resizable image. The last topic is this grid layout, which we are using is fluid design. And complete the sprint, and then we will continue with the remaining topic. I know it's one of the big sprint. I'm sharing the URL. Don't do any previous sprint. Concentrate on today's. In afternoon, if you get time, you can complete the pen. But now I want all of you to try this.
Ma'am, are you sharing the code also?
I'm sharing the reference code.
Okay, ma'am.
How you will get that box, guys? I missed that point. So you are getting that box, no? Div with boxes.
Can we set the background border?
Background border. So just look into flex, display property flex. So you can use CSS display flex. Try this. I'm sharing the reference link. What is that? Display flex. So in order to achieve that flexible layout, that box kind of a thing, flex box. We used to call it as flex box. I'm sharing the reference link. Guys, please pay attention. So it is a div, but how you will get this box? You can use div class. You can give any of the container. Under that container, you can give display property as flex. So you will be having a div. Inside you can have 3 div. Each div you can give background color and width. You can use media query and you can change based on the screen size. But in order to get this box, flexible box, you can use the CSS property called as display : flex. And by applying background color for each div, so it is for outer background color for entire container, and this is for each individual div. So inside flex container, whatever the div you are using, there the background color, this white shade will be applied. So in order to get that, this box kind of a layout. Anyway, you need to adjust based on width only. In order to get a box, instead of working on that border and other thing, you can use this display flex property. Guys, is that okay? Will you try?
Yes, ma'am.
Sharing the URL, you give a try. See here. Display flex means you will be getting that flex. Each division will be getting flexed by differentiating with margin padding. You don't need to specify any margin padding for our sprint because there is no margin or no padding. Provided enough content, you can complete zero margin, zero padding. That I am sure. Initially, you give certain width, and based on the screen size, you modify it. For your outer div container, you give zero margin, zero padding. Display you should give as flex, and no background color, nothing. I don't think there is a background color. Let it be white. If you want row wise, you can try this flex row. So I want automatically to be fixed on row wise. Again, I'm discussing one more property. So let's assume I have 12 elements. So I can give flex wrap property to wrap, row wise wrap. So that if I have 12, it will adjust by row wise. 4, 4, 4, depend upon the screen size and the width you are providing. So try this. Display is flex and flex wrap is either wrap or row wrap. You give row wrap because it is going via row. All right. Complete it. I have given enough hint. This is how you will be getting that box, flex box, and the width you can adjust via media query and various screen sizes. Go for only 3: mobile, tab, and desktop. Okay, I'm leaving to you.
Ma'am,
Yes, Mainak.
please share the demo of pictured element.
Those 3 demos, no? Flexible images.
Yeah, ma'am.
I'm sharing flexible images, that picture one, and the third one is different picture on different devices.
Yes, right.
Yeah, and even this sample demo from W3 schools for flex display and row wrap, I have shared. Utilize this so that you can achieve output easily. 2 media query required, you decide. Is it working, Mainak? That alternate image?
No, ma'am. Is it working only when I comment out those lines?
Leave. You work on this fluid grid layout.
Okay.
You go to the top. Go to the next topic. Leave. The flexible image part, it's fine. Please confirm that you are back. Ashmita, Jitesh, Priyanka, Risikesh, Shodit, are you back?
Yes, ma'am.
How much more time you need? Shall we continue with next? So we have few more layouts to discuss, and then we will be end up with one more sprint for today. Rishikesh, are you back? So Rishikesh, all of you have raised hands.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Sorry, I forgot.
Right. So requesting all of you to pay attention. Please pass your work. Guys, please respond. Shall we continue with? After fluid grid, we have few more layout. Flexi box layout, grid layout. So we started with media query, resizable images followed with responsive grid system, which is fluid grid system. Okay, listen, let's continue with few more layouts. So moving on to the next layout, flex box layout. I have introduced flex some time back. So let's get into more detailed on flex box layout. Flex box layout is for unknown or dynamic items. So always whenever I don't know how many number of items I have it in my list. In such situation, you can use flex box layout. It is suitable for components and small scale layouts. Always flexbox layout should consist of parent structure. So that is why I want you to. So there will be an outer div. Inside, you will be having all the child items. So whenever if you are going for component and small scale layout, you can go for flexbox layout. Always it consists of parent. So you can go with any name, but we usually have a practice to call this parent as a container, flex container. So the outer div falls under the category container. The inner div falls under the category items. Always flex item can flex their sizes according to the response available spaces. So based on the available spaces, so this will fix their item. It contains two axes. One is main and cross. You can switch over between main and cross. Whatever the thing we have discussed in the introductory part, in detail, we will discuss on various properties of flex container. So based on the direction, I am placing all my child item. Based on that, either we can go ahead with main axis or we can go ahead with the cross axis. So this is a basic flex terminology. So by default, so this is our main size and this is our cross size. Please look into all the property name. So we have main size, we have cross size, we have main starts from here, and we have cross starts from here. X-axis is your main axis and Y-axis is your cross axis. So the outer div falls under the category flex container. The inner div falls under the category flex items. So always flex direction establishes main axis. It defines direction flex. The items are going to be placed inside my container. So by default, in which order the flex gets displayed. So if you noticed in this diagram, by default, it takes row order. It starts filling from first row, and then first row based on the division, it will split the second, followed with third. Once it reaches 100%, again it goes to the next row. row by row is a default mechanism of flex in terms of item filling. And you can decide whether you can go ahead with horizontal columns or you can go ahead with the vertical columns. You can have flex container. Inside you can have flex container should exhibit the property display in the form of flex. Let me get into one example. Let me complete flex container and flex item property, and then we will have an example. So let us align the item inside flex container using different value. So before going into the example, let's explore on few more property. So flex container holds CSS property called as flex direction. Guys, are you with me? So the first property is one is you should have display which is flex, so that no, my items will be displayed in the form of flex one after another. The second property should be flex direction. Either I can give row, or either I can give column, or either I can give row reverse or column reverse. We have one more property called as flex wrap. So by default, whenever if you have flex item which could not able to fix on in one single line, automatically it needs to wrap to the next row. So that property can be enabled with the help of flex wrap. So automatically it wraps. So by default, the wrap flow will be row wise. Yeah, you can also give column wise. The direction of flex, as soon as it reaches 100% of width in my page, automatically it cannot able to fit on one single line. So it can go to the next row, or row by arrangement, column by arrangement. After first column, it has to go to the next column. So that direction you can specify with the help of flex flow.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Ma'am, if you are not too much concerned with the resolution of the elements, let's say pictures, we have pictures as elements. So is it a better idea to use wrap most of the time? Because as per the problem I am facing is that because I have to make many adjustments after I have put the things in spot
But
already.
when the screen size change, you have to be more cautious on that wrapping. Then you need to work on those width. Okay. So let's have a simple demo on flex. So demo on flex and flex wrap. Let's assume two, 3, 4, and 5. You can try for the same. So by default, my outer parent class div will take container. It's just a user defined name. You can give it any name. Let me show you various. So what was the first property I want to apply to my container?
Background and flex.
What was the first property if I want to enable flex box layout in my web page?
Display flex.
Display flex property. I'll preview it so that no then and there. So let me give background color. As for all the div, let me give
Margin.
yeah. We will give width. Shall I give font? So in order to adjust, so let's assume once it reaches 100% of width, automatically it has to wrap to the next line. So that property you can enable with the help of flex wrap. On what basis?
Wrap.
Let me modify the direction. Wait, flex display, flex direction, row, reverse row. Can you see the difference? Since it is wrapping, flow is row basis. So I can able to automatically wrap once it reaches to the maximum width. Since I have given 150, it is wrapping automatically to next. I can able to control the direction of flex, either row basis, column basis. So since I have provided column reverse, can you see the output? The child element inside my container are in the reverse order. While we continue with various property. So if it is row wise, so it will fit, try to fit onto one single line. If you are wrapping automatically, it wraps from here. If it is reverse, it starts filling in this reverse direction. The same is applicable for column and column reverse. Apart from that, we have a property called as flex start, whether it has to start from the beginning, whether it has to start at the margin of 100, or otherwise the child elements to be available on center. Please look into all the property. Flex start, flex end, center, space between, equivalent space between, space around beginning and end, evenly spaced across everywhere. So you can able to justify the content either from start, end, center. Let me apply the same. Can you find the difference? Guys, are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
by
ma'am.
default, your container will controls all your child element. No wrapping, wrapping in reverse, either row basis or column basis, or you can justify the control on what direction you need to place your flex element. You can give any name. You can give main. Most probably they will be providing with flex container, main. So they will be calling with hash or class ID or class, either main, and inside all your child element. So moving on to the next. So either you can align the content, justify the content, align the content. So let me align the same. So where can I align? Can I align from start? So let me give end. Either all your content should start from the top or from the end, central in your alignment content, whether it has been stretched and it has been fitted to all your pages, space between, equivalent space, space around top and bottom. I'll repeat again. We started with flex container. So flex container, you need to enable by calling the property display. So followed with in which direction you're going to place an item, whether you are wrapping. By default, what is your alignment? Aligning your content, justifying your content inside your flex container. All the items inside your flex can be start, end. So this you can try with images. So I have tried with div. So I want all of you, instead of div, you can give any ordered list or unordered list. I want all of you to keep some 6 or 7 images and try with this flex. Instead of div text, I want all of you to place image tag.
6 images, ma'am.
Images, 5 or 6 images. And each images you use height and width as auto. So depend upon its height and width, you place it on your page based on your flex box layout. So quickly create a new HTML page, add some 5-6 images inside the same folder, place your image tag, enable your flex, make it as a flex box layout and display the same. Let me also try. Instead of 5 div, you can have 6 or 7 images. So try to make it as Again, I'm repeating. I want all of you to keep some 5-6 images. Try to create a flex box layout. Apply the property for container display flex. Provide direction either row wise, column wise. Wrap it. Done. Jitesh, Kasinath. I want anyone to share your screen so that now I can change the property and we can check the output. Tell me, what is the status, Kasinath? Jayashri, Harshat. A simple demo. On top of it, we can change the properties. Make it fast. The wait is over. We need to go to the last layout, which is grid layout. Vaishnavi, Vivek Kumar. Once if you have done a sample for Flexbox layout, please share your screen. Let's have a look into various properties and then we'll go to grid layout.
Can I share?
Yes. All right, display flex wrap. Comment line number, okay, show me the output. As of now, show me the output. It is row waste wrapped it. No, you don't, okay. Okay, let it be. Don't do anything. Go to your code. In line number 12, instead of wrap, you type no wrap. And remove line number 13. Save and refresh the browser. No, I think you need to adjust your brow. The first if come down.
It is not coming.
No, it's
No.
not wrapped. That's all. So you have totally how many images? Some 6 images, right?
Yeah.
More than that. So since we have not wrapped, instead of no wrap, you remove the word no and refresh it. Because by default, it takes row basis. It wraps in row basis. Just save and refresh. Come down. Okay, so add the property. So either by default it wraps, or when you specify no wrap, instead of flex wrap, you give wrap hyphen reverse, various properties. Let's see what is happening. By default, it takes the direction row basis. Is there any
image order is
image order gets shuffled.
Reverse.
Not shuffled,
Yeah.
it is the reverse order. Okay, by default, the flow of the fixed direction is row. If you want, you can change it as column. And if you have any content, you can justify the content. Okay, let's try this. Also, you can align the item either from start. Okay, let's try. You try one more property. So guys, either you can justify the content. You add next one more property next. You add as justify hyphen justify content. Make it as flex start. See what is the difference with and without justify. I think if you have, you will be getting this, the content will be starting from the top without any space. Or let's try this. You can give justify content as center or end, flex end. You give, instead of start, you give flex end. Save. Just Control S.
Okay.
If it is no, if it is content, then no, we can able to see the spaces between each content, because you don't have any border for all these images. So that's fine. What was the Ali's blue background? Is this
No, that is the main container background.
main container background? Fine. Have you provided any? Have you changed any property as center? It started from
Flex
end.
end.
All right. So thanks Adesh. Let's move on to the last layout, which is grid layout. Requesting all of you to pay attention. Let's complete this and then I'll be rolling out the sprint. Flex start, flex end, where the items need to align. Which one of the is not a property of flex container to align item? Orderman out. Make it fast.
Flex direct.
Display.
Display.
So we have flex flow. We have flex direction. We have also justify content, align content. Oddman, the property which is not there for flex container is display. What is the default direction of flex direction attribute? Default value?
Row.
It will take row basis. It will go with a flow layout from row. So moving on to the last layout, grid layout. CSS module defines two-dimensional grid-based layout optimized for UI design. So we are going to create grid-based layout, but in the form of 2 dimension. Children of the grid container can be positioned into arbitrary slot. Second point is very important. The difference between flexbox layout and grid layout is in the second point. Let's assume I have a container div. Inside I have some 6 div. So whichever I have created. So the children of the grid container can be positioned into any slot, any arbitrarily in the flexible or fixed predefined layout grid. So there is no uniform row and column division. According to the slot I want to place my child element, I can able to place. Grid container establishes a new grid formatting context for its content. Whatever the arbitrarily start or new grid formatting, I will show you in a demo. But the slight difference between your flexbox layout and grid layout is here also it is going to divide into row and column fashion, but it will not be in an ordered way. Wherever I want to place any of my children of the grid container, any children, wherever I want to place, I can able to place based on the layout I am defining in the top. So grid lines are either horizontal or vertical between grid lines. So one cell and another cell, if you want, you can add either horizontal or vertical. Let's assume if you have a page where you are dividing here and I want one line in between, an horizontal line, or I want a vertical line between this section and this section, I can able to add. Grid cell is the smallest unit of grid that can be referenced whenever if you are positioning a grid item. CSS grid layout. So you have to use the property grid container display is grid. Sometime back, instead of grid, what was the property we have provided?
Flex.
So sometime back, we have used flex property. Now we are using grid property. On seeing this grid layout, on what fashion it has been placed? Any random guesses? On looking into this output layout, can you tell me in which basis it has been?
Width.
So let's assume the top is a header block. So here we have header, here we have the footer, and in between, let's assume I have an outer. You have to relate this grid only with the help of semantic tag. I have my nav, I have my main content, and I have my sidebar. So header and footer has been taken 100% of width. Whereas the next row I have divided into 3 sections, and each sections I have placed the respective block. So if I have header, if I have footer, and I have nav, main, and sidebar, so you have to specify in your style sheet whichever the block, whichever the places in my grill, what content I need to place. So that flexibility will be provided by the grid layout. I will show you in a demo. let's take this demo. So we have a content. So inside body, I have header, we have article, we have nav, div, and footer. So I'm dividing my page into 5 different sections. So the initial part is header tag, header, article, nav, one more page division, and the last one is footer. So each attribute, for each HTML tag, we have called with CSS ID attribute. So we are calling the CSS and we are mapping the respective CSS style. For header, we are calling page header, and here we are naming as main article, main nav, side advertisement, and page footer. Shall we discuss on style sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Requesting all of you to pay attention. So if you take your body, so I don't have any container. So we are using body as a container because inside body we have all other HTML elements. So all my childrens are placed in where? My body is gonna to act like a parent container. Is that clear?
Yes.
Shall I continue with body? So here inside my body type at the property which I want to add for grid container layout is display : grid. Please look into line number 12, 13, 14 are very important. So this is how I'm going to place my slot. This you can guess. If you take grid template areas. So grid template area specifies the named areas which I want to space it. So if you take, I'm gonna to play 3 different areas. Can you look at this, double quotes? So this is my first area, this is my second area, and this is my third area. So what we are doing in first area?
First row is header.
Only
Complete
for
first.
header. And in my second area, I'm gonna to place a nav bar, an article, and an ads. All these were my style sheet. And the last area, I'm gonna to place only footer. Grid template rows, 600 pixel into FR means available free space. Column 20 into 1 free space of 15. Each grid will have a gap of 1.5. So VW stands for
Vertical width.
Vertical height. I have given these various property of calculating this width and height. So depend upon the content where I am having the default is width into multiplied with 1.5. So all my header, footer, article, nav, I'm adding with padding and background color. These are the regular CSS property. So under page header, I'm going to give the grid area name as header. Under page footer, I'm going to give the grid area name as footer. So here article. So everywhere I'm giving the name for my CSS reference. I'm giving the grid area name. Wherever I have site ads, I'm giving the grid area name as ADS. So when I execute, automatically know the main will be divided into grid, where each grid in the respective cell, the respective section gets added. So entire body, I'm having 3 different sections. The first section is entirely header. And here in the same order, in which order we have placed. So I should have nav followed with article followed with ads. And the bottom, all the 3 sections will be covered with my footer. So line number 12 plays major role. So again, I'm explaining in my body. So my container, I'm gonna to make all my element as grid container. So whatever the element I'm having inside my body container, I'm gonna to make it as a grid. So this is very important. This is mandatory to make your grid container layout. So grid will automatically generate what? Block level container. So by default, once it creates block, every time inline items will be placed accordingly. So tell me why it is 60 pixel, one free space and 60 pixel. What it mean?
Ma'am, I think the distance between two rows should be of one free space.
The gap between two columns may be one
Now
free.
that we are providing with grid gap. Here we are calculating a row and
Rows.
column. Any mere guesses? So if you take column, we have 60, one free space 60, which is for rows. And the gap between one grid and another grid, we have specified with grid space, grid gap. And what I have to fill, that we are specifying with my grid area name. So all the grid areas which we specified with each CSS property, we are calling here. Instead of any random guesses? Think we are in the last topic of the day. So what is happening when I give auto?
And the space was equally divided between three rows.
I'm equally dividing into for rows as well as columns.
Is it spaced between margin and
Okay, 1 second.
margin?
For example, 1 second. Let me give 20 pics space 60 pics 20 pics. I'm talking about row. Let me give row. And how many rows we have? 3 rows. 20, 60. May give 30 pixel, 40 pixel, 30 pixel. And I want all of you to try this and give me the output of this code. Take a snap of it, or I will not stop my screen share. So try this HTML code, and this is my CSS. This is my parent container, and these are all my elements, child items. You have to enable display grid property. So you modify all the areas. You can give one free space or two free space, or you can give it in percentage or pixel. Gap between each grid is default width into 2. That is what the calculation of VW, vertical width. And the container components will take font size, padding, background color, and alignment of text. Tell me how many number of columns and how many number of rows it will create in this grid.
3 rows, 3 columns.
All of you agree? So as
Yes,
per the
ma'am.
given grid template, it will create 3 rows and 3 columns so that it can fit 9 items. In such situation, here also I have 3 rows and 3 columns. What would be the row with 20 into 60 into 20? Find it out. Row specifies width. No, column specifies width. Row specifies height. Modify various pixels. Try the demo, also complete the other demo. That's all about the grid container. After completing this demo, I want all of you to try different height of each row and different column width of each row. So you can change here and look into what is happening width of column and height of the row. Anyone completed? Can you share your screen so that we can alternate the percentage of width, I mean row and column? Shubhamalam, Siddharth, Richa, Priya.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, dear. I'm asking about the output for the provided HTML code and CSS code. Yes, they share your screen. Don't give one fraction. You give some 70%. You can give in pixel. 70%. No. Okay, we change it as 70%. Let's see. No. I said the last one is 70%. Rest of the things remains 1 FR. Whatever the free available, it will take. It will adapt. The last one alone, you change it as 70%. Save and execute. Guys.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have 3 rows, and one more advantage of grid layout is irrespective of the rows and cells, it will be adjusted. Okay. So let's come into the discussion. So we were talking about the grid template, rows and height, rows and columns. So you know what is row and what is column, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, 3, 6, 9 represents column basis, whereas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 represents row basis. So whatever the space available, it is fitting on it. Whereas if I take the last row, I made it as 75%. So it is taking 75% on my screen row size. The same you can apply to your column. Adesh, can you change the last column to 75 or 70? Let it be 70. So what will happen? What was that? 3, 6, 9. The width will be increased to 75%. And you can modify the gap, grid gap, and you can check. And height denotes the default height. And we haven't applied, do we applied any margin? No, margin and all not applied. Is that clear, grid layout? So by default, grid template areas is taking the provided areas, followed with grid template rows provides height, grid template columns will take. So since you have nine child item, it automatically children's are fit into with the respective rows and columns. You can have 4, 5 according to, because mostly the application will have top portion as header and the bottom will be occupied for footer. In between you can have nav, section, aside. So depend upon that, you can divide your page into various grid layout. Grid is clear. Shall we continue with the next?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me complete. We have few more theory to cover. So display flex followed with display grid, and this will be the output. So responsive design pattern using mobile first design approach. So we started web page to be fit on various devices using media query, flexible image, and the last one is based on various design approach started from mostly fluid, layout shifter. So under layout, we have flex box and grid. Off canvas and tiny tweaks we didn't cover. Okay, listen. Mobile first design approach. Mobile first design is a design strategy where sketching and prototype is first done to the small screen, then to the large screen. For smaller screen, mobile design is limited to make only important content available. Others will be ignored. I don't know, these are the things which you have noticed in real world application or not. Starting design with a small screen size, progressively adding content to fit in the appropriate screen size is also known as progressive enhancement. So they were telling that always we need to start designing for small screen. Later, according to the content size screen, you can add the content and you can fit on it. Mobile conversation rates are up to 64%. Hence, designing mobile first can lead to more profit for the business. So let's assume we are going to order a product in Amazon. How many of you will use laptop and order it? We will take the just statistics.
Very few.
Guys, give me 1 minute. Yeah. Tell me, let's assume we want to order. Let's take a statistics. We are 30 in numbers. So nearly 70% of people will go and order in their mobile phone. So that is what they are following this design approach. Because always designing mobile first can lead to more profit for the business. So these are the various responsive web design pattern. Mostly fluid, layout shifter. Either we can choose grid or flex box. So off canvas and tiny tweets we didn't cover. This is how the pattern looks. Again, I'm repeating, we are categorizing into 5 patterns. We started with mostly fluid, layout shifter, column drop. The other 2 we didn't cover. So the most popular responsive web design pattern is mostly fluid. Do we come across with a pattern like this? I know we have covered so many things today, but do we covered this type of pattern from morning? The structure of the layout does not change. It can be a small screen size or the large screen width. Automatically, no, my design needs to be adapted to all the screen widths. Have you ever experienced these type of layout? Can you relate this 100% width? Can you see here? The demo which you have tried in the morning falls under the category what?
Mostly fluid.
Mostly fluid.
Last sprint, ma'am.
The sprint, the morning sprint which I have rolled out. It's an exact example for mostly fluid design pattern. The second pattern which we have introduced is layout shifter design pattern. Under that we have flex box as well as grid. Both the layouts are applicable for all the screen sizes. So now other two we didn't cover. It's not falling under. You can make a note of it. Column drop, off canvas, and tiny tweaks. If you find any time on this weekend, you can explore on remaining responsive web design patterns. So I'm sharing the next sprint of today. Those who have completed partially or 60-70% of morning, mostly fluid design pattern, continue the same. Others, you can start with the next one, layout shifter pattern challenge.
No, ma'am.
One second, let me roll out the sprint. So I have shared the link. The next is layout shift pattern. Requesting all of you to pay attention. Layout shifter pattern challenge. You read all the theory. So you need to create a web page which changes the layout at every breakpoint on multiple screen size using layout shifter pattern. So you need to replica the web page. This is for desktop view. And this is for tab view. And this is for mobile view. So what we can use it to create this layout shifter?
Grid.
Grid or flex?
Flex wrap.
Think and answer me.
Grid.
So we have, I'm leaving to you. You can go for flex. If you feel like you want to apply for grid also, fine. So you can use either flex box or grid. So you can go for display flex, and whatever the property we discussed with respective to flex, there should be a container. Do we need to apply media query?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So ensure that you are able to view this type of layout in your desktop. This is for your tab and this is for your mobile. And all the asserts are found in assert folder. Apart from that, whatever the text, in order to help you, they have provided text also. So whatever we have tried in the morning, you can use the respective screen size. So go for 400, 600 and 800. Create all the three different views. If you find that you can do it with the help of flex, go ahead. Else you can go ahead with grid. Ensure that this border, spacing, gap, everything has been achieved properly. It's simple only. You can try. Yes, someone called me.
Yes, ma'am.
Those who have completed, please continue with layout Yes, Ashmita, please tell me. You can start here.
Can I share screen, ma'am?
Show me your code. Maximize your screen. So you have 6. Ashmita, scroll up. I want to see your style and your display flex wrap. Okay, container, box, different boxes. Come down. Show me your body part. Go to browser. Ashmita, you are on mute. What is an expected thing you want?
When I'm trying to mobile, it's not working. It's working desktop or laptop. Sorry.
Then I want to see your media query and its respective. Okay, go to your code here. Line number 43 and 44 is not working, right?
Yes, ma'am. When I'm comment this, it is working, ma'am.
So listen, from 0 to 480, this is your screen size. 481 to 769. This mobile alone, it's not working. Let me check. Media only screen and maximum width. Scroll up. Okay, let's do one thing. You cut line number 43 and 44. Let's give default mobile view. 43, 44, 45. No, cut it. Don't comment it. Paste it in after 40. Remove. No, it's not. Or you do one thing, line number 30. Let's give, see what we can do is let's give a default view as mobile view with 100% width.
How to paste here, na ma'am?
Paste it. You one comment. Leave. You delete line number 45 and 40, 45, 46, 47. So by default, from 0 to 769, this view. Come down. I don't know why are you giving this 760 and 770. Okay, from 770, minimum 770 and above.
Yes, ma'am.
Save and try. You give 400 or 600 and try.
Here, ma'am.
It's working. Check in your browser. No, it's not working.
No,
No,
ma'am.
it's not working.
Yes, ma'am.
Go to your code. Scroll up. Everything is correct. Come down. So by default, B1, B2, B3 till B5 we are giving. Media. Give minimum width. Line number 46. Minimum width you give as 600. Or you give 500. This is a problem. Can you see?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't confuse with minimum and maximum. It's working. Till 599 it will take mobile view. From 600 to 770 tab view.
Yes.
Um,
So I don't have to write here like this.
You give 800 or 900, line number 56. You give 800. So till 599 it is mobile view. From 600 to 800 tab. 800 and above is desktop view. Let's have this value, guys.
Ma'am.
Fine, continue with next.
Ma'am, I have one doubt. 1 minute. This is size. It's showing here. Wait, I'm showing my code. I'm applying these properties.
Which line? Tell me line number. Paragraph 1, no float.
Float right.
Okay.
Yeah, float
so
right.
when it comes to 800.
Float right.
Okay. That means 400 to 800. It's float right. It should float right. Check.
It's not floating, ma'am.
No, paragraph is floating right. It's root.
It is 1244.
And see, the problem is that minimum with confusion only. You follow the same pattern. So don't provide for, see, that's what I'm telling. So you take till 600, it's mobile device. 600 to 800.
Okay.
Then what would be the default value it will take? It will not take default. You should provide default as any of the screen. So it get confused. 0 to 400, 400 to 800, 800, or you give 1300 and check. You have a standard. So you can fix some mobile screen for laptop. Sorry, not laptop. Mobile, tab, and desktop.
I have to give here 600.
That let it be 1200. Leave. So I want to look into your code. So by default, no float. Okay, run. Let's see. So that okay. By default, it's mobile device. 400 to 600. The first property. What is that? Background color. That yellow shade. Then 600 to 1200. That blue shade. After 1200, that purple shade. Okay, let's check. Run.
It's working. That color is car working, ma'am. Floating property is not working properly, ma'am.
Or you take default property as mobile property, whatever the property you are applying. Wait. Let me look into your code carefully so that I will not miss. This is a problem here. Line number 12, you don't give maximum, you give minimum. Then you delete that. That is a confusion. So, you don't have default property. You give body, okay, control is it? You give control is it? You delete line number 12 and 20. So by default, no, only 12, only 12th line and 20th line. So you got my point.
Yes, ma'am.
By default, my body will take this allies blue and paragraph will take blue.
Yes, ma'am.
When it goes by default. So when it be tab, then it will take that yellow shade. When it is, let's say desktop, it will take that green shade. I don't know what is there for 1200. Let's check. And I don't know why are you not providing float to paragraph. Increase it. It's working. I can see 4 different shades.
But ma'am, here is gap is increasing.
I don't see any float property. That gap will come.
Yes, ma'am.
Nowhere. Only for only. Okay, what you want, on which screen you want, where you want that paragraph, you tell me. You tell me that.
Only here, ma'am.
No. Give 1250. and tell me what you want for 1250. I mean 1000 to enter. So what do you want?
I want to decrease this gap.
Do you have you provided float with right?
Yes, ma'am.
That is the reason. You give center. Oh, that we have to give separately. No, don't give that center alignment. So, no. Then why are you working on 600? You should not work on 600. This is a problem.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's the problem.
For both 600 to 1200, 1000, scroll down. Greater than 1200. You give text align. Center. So between 600 to 1000, you remove that float then. Anyway, it is aligned only. Then you have to add externally center property. No. Go to float and you add one more property. Whatever the property I'm telling you add. You add float left. Display and more property display inline block. No. Inline hyphen block. Save and try. Is it throwing a warning in line number 39?
Block is equal to float.
Anyway, save and refresh it. Let's try for 600 and above, so that it will be a new line. Okay, go to your CSS. Okay, instead of display, instead of float, you give display colon block. Save and try. No, let it be. Leave.
Okay.
So you will be. I can. But where you want? You give 600. No, 650. Increase it. Everywhere it will be like this only. You give 1200. What? But you want, where you want?
You are only membered this margin.
You adjust with margin top.
Okay.
Right.
But ma'am, I provide this property to 600.
What is happening when you give 600?
It's not working, ma'am.
Because we removed a float. Since you want there, I used to display.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you proceed with next. Fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay then. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Adesh.
I want to know something.
Yeah.
How can I get this box and this box parallel to this?
Yeah. For that, see, you need to shift this second box to the right hand side of the first box, right?
Yeah.
So for that, you do first box, you make it float left, and then second box also you make it float left. So when you make the first box float left, it will be top left corner of the page, and then second box also if you make it float left, it would be the second box would be beside the first box to the right hand side. Getting?
And third also, if I want to make, then third also should be made float
Third
left.
also you make third also if you make float left, see there is no space after the second box float in the first row. Then the third box will become below to the these two box. Okay.
What about the outer div? Should I make outer div also float left?
Outer
The
div is which one?
parent div of all these.
No. Only see. Now you don't parent div. You leave it as it is. The only the box div, first box div, second box div, and third box div. You make it as float left, float left, float left, and you see. Okay.
Okay.
When you make first box float left, it will float top left corner of the screen. Then when you make the second box float left, it will try to float for in the position of the first box only. Since the first box is there, it will float to the right of the first box. That means you are making the two box in a same row using float left.
So can you see into my code? I'm still not getting it.
Yes, Adesh, share your screen. Yeah, go to your code. So what is your first box? Container 2. Make it float left. First, what is the first box? Float left.
This
You have done it.
okay.
Border, width, position, padding, margin, float left. Okay. Third one, you make it float left.
Yeah.
Okay, you make it. No. See why it is not coming because of the width. What is the width you have given? For the first box, you have given 30%.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the second box, you have given 70%. So 70 plus 30, it became 100. So there is a border also associated with it. No. So it cannot accommodate. Getting? What I am telling, this one. You have given the first box width is 30%. And you have given the second box which is 70%. So that means 30, this is 30, and this is 70. This is 70%. But there is a width of the border also, right? There are this border, this border, this border. So that means it is becoming 103% width. So it is not accommodated in the particular row. So what you do, make 70 little bit 65 or 60. So it will work. Getting?
Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah, try it. Yeah, now it came. So 30, 70, if you give without border, it is 100%. But with border, it is becoming 103. So it will not be in the same row. Yeah, now what do? You make this div height little bit more and make this div float to the right or clear right. So it will be the height of this box, first box would increase, and the third box will be placed in the empty place to the right hand side. Yeah, now you try it. Now you explore and do it.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yes, Adesh.
Sir, Richa.
Yeah, Richa. Sorry. Tell me, Richa.
Sir, I have a question, sir. Can I share my?
Okay.
Sir, I'm getting the output as a white screen, nothing done.
You are getting an output as a white screen. There, why? Right click here. Go for inspect, last option. Go for console. Console, this one. Yeah, there is some problem. No, dev tool failed to load source map. Would not load content for Chrome extension. This thing, system error. Okay, dev tool failed to load source map. System error, net. Okay, you do one thing. You just load this page manually from the Windows Explorer. Don't open it from the Visual Studio. Richa?
Yes,
You
sir.
go, yeah, go to your respective folder and open the HTML file by clicking it in a browser. There is some problem with DevTools, I think. Open with Chrome. Open with some browser. Open with next option. Open with. Click on open with. Not now. Make it not now. It is not opening, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to the code. Something has to come, no? Why nothing is coming at all? Go to open the code in the browser in this one only. In the Visual Studio only open the code. Okay, index. What is the error it is showing? Most fluid index.html. What is your index? Click on the index.html from the left hand side panel. Click on this.
Yes, sir. I've clicked. Sir.
No, in HTML you have written where is your HTML code? Go there. This is the CSS, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have the HTML part in the down.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Head style. Okay. Body div id equal to container div id. Div container. This is this div. And what is this div then? This is this div. Then see, nothing is there at the content. No, that's why it is not displaying anything. Write something in the inside div or give border and all. Have you given background color to div? Write something. Write one. Write something there. 1, 2, 3. You have nothing to display. That's why it is not displaying anything. Yeah, right. Yeah. For the checking purpose, I am doing this.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Either you give width and height of the div and then you give the color.
Sir,
see, it is coming. Now you give the width and height. Width and height of every div you give so that it will come. It will display it. Let it be like this. 1, 2, 3, no problem. If individual div, you give the width and height.
Sir, I give the background color.
No, you have to give the width and height also. See, there is no width means div would be a very small div because there is nothing in the inside div. It will be a one line div.
Yeah.
Got it? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Give width here. Width something 100 px or something. Now you check. Give height also. So height also you give something. Height. Give height something. Little bit bigger. You make it. For your understanding purpose, give something and check. Later on, as per requirement, you will do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Sir, are you there?
Yes, who is this? Subham?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tell me,
Uh,
Subham.
Sir, I'm stuck in that how to make a list row wise.
Yeah, share your
Let
screen.
me just show you. So,
Where you got stuck, tell me.
so I tried this one.
List style
just-
type colon, you have to make it inline. No, it is not body, div, only UL and LI you use it. Remove the body, div and all.
It will
Use
apply
UL.
for all the list.
All the UL and then space LI. There is only this, this much list is there, only this, there is no other div, other list, so you can go for this.
Okay.
There is only one set of list, no? Okay, home,
Still
India,
not.
world, it is not coming. So you go for this. You select the for menu. Select for menu, dot for menu. Select dot for menu, UL, LI.
Here.
Yeah, select, copy this for menu. Copy this name. Go to CSS. Go to CSS file. Before UL, you type for menu. Dot for menu. Before UL. Line number 17. Before UL.
Before UL.
Before UL. Dot for menu.
Space.
Yeah. So list style, type none, color Alice blue. Okay, now you try. See, save it.
Still not.
It is not coming. Why it is not coming? Go back somewhere. Go to your HTML. Let's see whether your code is correct or not.
I'm giving a
1 second. UL, LI, close, LI.
Okay, I
close,
am actually.
LI, close, LI, close, LI, close, UL, close. So you are having so many div actually. Div H1 class name.
So I'm putting like UL, my list into a division. Okay. So
No,
it
should work.
Flow
Only
left will work.
Sorry?
The list should be flow into left side, no sir. Flow left.
No, it's not flow. He just want to make it one line.
Yeah.
List style type. This is the one.
I am having like this. I need to have like this.
Like this, yeah. Type only LI, type only LI. Let's see. Other child selector you remove, UL and menu you remove. Save it.
Nope. Still.
No, it is not working. Okay, go to code. It should work actually. Body, are you closing all the divs?
Yes.
You have so many divs which are unnecessary.
This one, actually, this will be necessary later on.
Okay, now this much is okay. This div is okay. 1 second. See, this div is the container div. Fine.
Yes.
Then you have a
whole
div.
container.
This is a div which is closing, opening and closing here. Fine. Then you have a next div. Class
for
equal
that,
to for menu.
Black one. For that black row.
Div class equal to for menu. Where this div is closing, this div is closing here. Div, this div. Why it's not coming? Is there any other CSS you have written? Go to your CSS. Any other CSS you have written?
I don't think so.
No. 1 second. Show me all the CSS code. Dot body div margin 20px dot name color black cursive dot for menu background color black height 50px list style type only, right?
Yeah, this will remove that dot feature, right? It won't give me a line.
It will inline. Go for display inline. Yeah, display inline. Yes, that will remove only the dot feature. Correct.
Yeah. let's see. Okay,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
it's working.
Yeah,
Okay,
you only got the solution. Fine.
okay, sir. So to give margin. Okay.
Give
Okay, fine.
margin left. Yeah. Yeah. Margin left for all the list item.
I actually did a Google search and got that display in line functions.
Yeah,
Can I
Shubham,
say?
what you're saying, Shubham? The 2 minutes, others. I'm coming back to you.
No,
Yes,
it was nothing, sir. Just continue.
Okay, it was nothing. Okay, Adesh, what is your doubt?
In this, I'm not able to increase the height of this
No, for the
second
you can increase that. You go for padding bottom. Give padding bottom. Padding bottom gives some 100 px or 200 px for that particular div. For that particular div, you give padding bottom. If you can't do with any other, if the height is not working, give 300 px. Always give some random bigger value to first time to check how whether if the effect is coming or not. Now you go for the third D, float right, a clear right. Third D, you go for clear right, not float right, clear right, clear. Clear right, not both. Okay, now you give a little bit width, you reduce. Width of this little bit you reduce.
of third year.
Width is 60% you have given. No, make it 50% or 55% like that. Okay, now it is not going there. No, go for margin top, margin bottom for this. Margin bottom. Give some 600 px. Try now. No, it is coming below to this div only. You go for third div, you go for clear left again. And no, not float left. Go for float left only. Float left, yeah. Float left, yeah. Clear right you remove, float left. Instead of that, float left.
Isn't it removed? Okay.
Clear right you remove. You write float left. Now you try. It is not happening, right? Border, margin top. You have given margin top 10 px, margin bottom, margin left, margin left. Position, you give position, remove the position of relative. Remove this one, yeah. Leave it this one.
Still not shifting.
Okay, now you give position absolute, you give position absolute. And now it will come, I think. Try. Yeah, now you have given 600, reduce it. You give margin top. You give margin top something bigger value. Yes, like that you try. Not 1,000. 1,000 will take you somewhere very, very far. No. Make it as 500. Now it is changing. Now you can do it, I think, right?
Adesh, you try. I'm stopping your screen share.
Yeah. Guys, any other doubt you are having, you are facing in any one of the sprints? Okay, since you are silent, I am taking there is no doubt, or you are working on it. You have not still faces any other doubt to discuss. Okay, no problem. So what is tomorrow's plan, guys? You require help in tomorrow's session. You want a session for tomorrow, 1 hour, 2 hour session where you need our help, or you are going to try by yourself only, or any doubt comes, you are going to share it on Monday. How it is? How you'd like to go about it? Either you need tomorrow's session or we'll meet at Monday only. Guys,
now let them work on the pending sprint and challenge. If they are facing, let's have one-to-one connect based on their request.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the
And
pending
tomorrow
sprint.
there is some alumni meet talk something
Yeah.
from 12 to 1.
Yeah. So you can join that so that you will come to know, they may share their interview experience. I already shared the Zoom ID.
Yes.
Apart from that, that is one for 1 hour or 1.5 hours. So other time, if you feel any query you could not able to resolve by yourself, you can connect to us on Slack. Will it be fine, guys?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this weekend we will continue with HTML and CSS. Tuesday we will start with JavaScript. We have one last topic for HTML, and then next week we will be into JavaScript. This is how it will go. So utilize this weekend for revising CSS and HTML. With this, I'm closing for today. Enjoy your weekend. Happy learning. Bye all. Thank you.
Bye, Sangeeta. Bye, everyone.
Bye, ma'am. Bye, sir.
Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye everyone. Wish you a happy weekend. Enjoy the weekend and work on sprint.